Steers weighing between 325 and 350 kilograms. There are 15 entries in the class. Our judge this morning for our lightweight and medium weight steers is Mr. Brett Littler. Brett has had over 25 years experience in the livestock production, breeding and extension officer management in New South Wales. He comes from Piambong in New South Wales. He's judged at many royal shows around the country. He's judged the lead steers here at the Brisbane show previously and judged at both Sydney and Canberra royal shows. He's currently, Brett is currently a member of the Bovine Livestock Language Review Group and working on a 3D camera technology with MLA, UTS and the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries to assess cattle. Very experienced judge, and I'm sure you'll appreciate his comments as he goes through the day.
Yeah, that's the one I was recommending.
Good girl. Oh, nice. Where from?
Tennessee.
Oh, yeah. Good job.
Thank you.
What's in it?
Angus.
Emma.
Angus.
Oh, there it is.
One. Yeah.
Hey! Mate, there you go.
We haven't got beers on for you this time.
Hey?
We haven't got beers on
Well,
for
you
you.
want to organise something quick.
We'll be up in Stockton. We've got coffees for you. We're helping at the other end of the day this time, okay?
Okay, cool.
Come by though if you want. We're just over there. We're there every day.
Here.
Yeah, and if you get a too sunny as well, we'll ask you to stay. Yeah.
Have you got any beer?
No, but we will be at the bar.
Tip.
Oh, right.
Dewey Collins and Angus are here.
Yeah.
The two being tall
Oh my
fellas.
God,
If you
great.
can't see them, then you might be able to find
No,
them.
Dewey.
I know you're going to hit me up. I understand how these things work.
Yes.
Kelly. You right? You right? Okay.
You're getting hooked later on. What about a smarty drop?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, you're just talking about all right. Good. One, in the lead.
Yes, for those of you who would like a catalogue of our lead steer exhibits, they're here at the table. There's no charge if you'd like to come and pick a catalogue up of our lead steers. Gives you all the information, the weights and so on, and the exhibitors' names of all of our 120 odd lead steers. Ladies and gentlemen, the result of Class 1. Lead steers weighing between 325 and 350 kilograms. First place goes to catalogue number 115, a square metre steer exhibited by Golden Pastoral Company. Second to catalogue number 113, a Limousin Cross exhibited by Daniela Beattie. Third to catalogue number 111, a Limousin Cross exhibited by M&K Butcher Brothers. Fourth to catalogue number 107, an Angus Cross exhibited by Tenterfield High School. Fifth to catalogue number 101, a Speckle Park Cross exhibited by Inverell High School. And sixth to catalogue number 109, a Limousin Cross exhibited by Hayden Beattie. We'll ask our judge now, Mr. Brett Littler, to comment on his selections in that class.
Thanks very much. Okay, thanks very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Look, I'd firstly like to thank the Royal Queensland Show for inviting me up here today. Also, I'd like to thank them for making it a bit easier this time than it was last time. Last time up here, I had 46 in my first class, so it was nice to have a bit of a warm-up this time. Really, I'm looking for animals that are going to meet the specs. I'm really chasing those animals that have got the even cover, that they're meeting the minimum fat specs, also that they're going to meet the MSA, that they're going to have that 3 mils on the rib when they go down. And this calf I put up in first place really does meet that. Yes, he's on the top end of fat in some of these animals here, very evenly distributed, got no waist in behind the shoulders, comes all the way back down, it's got that fat down the back leg. But with that, it's got a huge amount of muscling, and you can see it right along the top line when you could feel down through there. You could feel how far that eye did come down and around, but when you come back into that hind quarter, huge amount of meat, and carries that meat right down low. The steer in second place, look, really like this steer, just probably lacking a little bit of the cover up in the front forequarter of the other bloke. Just meets that market just in there, but still a cracking steer. Really, really good up through that top line there with that muscling carrying it all the way through into that shoulder, back through the hind quarter. So pretty handy steer. The calf in third place, look, taking nothing away. Yes, a little bit more fat up in that front forequarter. You can see it in the brisket there. I could feel it when I got my hands on top of the shoulders. You can see that fat round the tail, but just really out-muscled by the two steers above it. Still very, very handy, and you can see that width down low with its widest point when you look behind being that stifle. Steer we've got next. Look, you know, pretty hard class and to come up against those ones. Just didn't quite have the meat up through the top that I was looking for, and sort of just lacking a little bit of muscularity down low in that back hind quarter compared to the other ones, but still a pretty handy steer. Okay, and I won't make a guess of the breed of this one, but this white and speckled calf here, look, got the cover. It's definitely meeting those specs as far as that lighter end of the butcher type trades looking at, but unfortunately just up against the better animals. And for just a little bit more time, this next steer, cracking calf, huge amount of meat up through the top line, probably one of the best muscle calves in that class, but unfortunately just didn't have the fat. You're seeing him very tight up through that twist. I've got my hand down the flank, there's no fat in there, nothing up along the top line, but cracking calf, but for a little bit more time. Congratulations, exhibitors, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Brett. Those non-ribbon winners, if you could take your cattle up to the loading area up in the large stock pavilion for movement up to Nolan Meats. Our next class, ladies and gentlemen, is class 201. This is the Nutrien lead steer class. Steers weighing between 351 and 375 kilograms. There are 15 entries in this class, so we'll be placing down to sixth place once again.
1940s. Have you heard from them at all? Yeah. If you need any.
Yeah, you can get into the back. Yeah, that one just out of the way. Murray Murdoch's table. Okay, see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the result now of Class 2. The Nutrien lead steer weighing between 351 and 375 kilograms. First place goes to catalogue number 207. The Limousin Cross, exhibited by GM and KS Clydesdale, St Joseph's High School. Second to catalogue number 212. The Speckled Park Cross, exhibited by Hayden Beattie. Third to catalogue number 209, the Limousin Cross, exhibited by MO and KR Taylor. And trading as MK Cattle and EJ Goody. Fourth to catalogue number 214, a South Devon Cross, exhibited by the McCutcheon family. Fifth to catalogue number 210, a Limousin Cross, exhibited by MO and KR Taylor and EJ Goody. And sixth to catalogue number 213, a Limousin Cross, exhibited by Royal Flush Show Steers. Ask our judge now, Mr. Brett Littler, to comment on that class.
Thanks very much. Yeah, a little bit more challenge here in this class. It's really good to see some of these calves with just enough finish on them. Really, it's, take nothing away from the steers in front, behind. Just got to get through these classes and pick out the ones that are really meeting the marks. The steer in first place, I'll as he gets let out there now, you can really see that, he's definitely got the cover. You can see that cover in the front. He's got it down low. He's not wasty at all. Sometimes with some of these calves, you get a little bit of waste behind the shoulders and the like, with a bit of fat in those areas. Not there. Really good across that loin. When I actually got my hands in there, I was just a little bit worried that he might have carried that eye all the way through, but definitely does. You can feel it really comes down, so huge amount of meat. But it's got that cover there through. You can see he's let down the twist. He's got a bit in the flank and a bit up in that brisket. So meeting that really bottom end of those specs, but with a huge amount of meat with it. Calf in second place, taking nothing away from him. Definitely got the cover on him. You can see that fat round that tail head. You can see it down in the cod. But just didn't quite have as much meat down low in the back of the leg as that other calf. And when you actually got your hands on him, you could really feel the other bloke probably just did him in the top line. Look, distribution's one of these things that comes in. Beautiful soft steer across the top line. Just when I actually got my hands on it, I just feel that he's probably lacking a little bit of finish down low. Just on the outside, he's going to be a little bit bare when I've seen those carcasses hanging up. Huge amount of volume of meat. You can really see that thickness and width all the way up through that top line. Carries that meat right through into those front shoulders. Really thick and wide down low. Congratulations. Just unfortunately the cover just let him down a little bit. Steer that I've got here now, look, very well put together steer as far as carcass attributes. I think he's probably going to come up and hang up really, really well. But unfortunately, just a little bit outclassed by the other steers. Okay, the steer we've got in fifth, just look, really just out-muscled by those other ones. Got the cover, you can see that fat round down, takes it down low. It's going to be really well covered through that hindquarter back up along the top line. But unfortunately, just didn't quite have the volume of meat of some of the other calves. This bloke here, look, take nothing away from him. Really good steer. Somewhere else he'd do really well. Just my reading on him just probably lacks that finish and cover. So congratulations to the exhibitors and well done, and thanks very much.
The next class to parade, ladies and gentlemen, is Class 3, the Georgian Foreman lead steer, weighing between 376 and 400 kilograms. There are 10 entries in the class. Just a reminder to those non-ribbon winners from the previous class, if you could take your animals up to the loadout area up in the large stock pavilion, unless your steers are required for the Ken McDonald Shield. I'll just have a quick look and see if there are any of those. I think 215 would be one. Yeah, catalogue number 215 will need to stay down here. Non-ribbon winner from the previous class. It's required for the Ken McDonald Shield.
We just did the judges yesterday and then Friday. Oh no, we're late today. Just I think he's going on today. Yeah, we had. I think he's the first weekend back.
On completion of this judging of this class, we'll move on to the judging of our lightweight champion. So if we could have catalogue numbers 115 and 207 standing by in the marshalling area, and also the second place getters from those two classes, catalogue number 113 and 212, if you'd be standing by in case you're required for reserve championship judging. I'll ask Liz Allen, Councillor of the Royal National Association and a member of the Beef Cattle Committee, to sash our place getters in this class. The result of Class 3, first place goes to catalogue number 307, a Limousin Cross exhibited by Luke Cox and Emily Kaler. Second to catalogue number 309, a Square Metres exhibited by Golden Pastoral Company. Third to catalogue number 304, a Limousin Cross exhibited by MF and NJ Nichols. Fifth to catalogue number 301, a Limousin exhibited by Hillsborough Limousins. And sixth to catalogue number 306, a Limousin Cross exhibited by Matthew and Peter O'Dwyer. We'll ask our judge now, Mr. Brett Littler, to comment on that class.
Okay, look, it's always one of those interesting things. Yep, smaller class size this time, but really it's one of those ones, seeing them go round wasn't easier just because it was a smaller class. Always when you're looking at one of those classes, when they come in, you can pick a couple of calves out and you go, right, I really want to get my hands on that one, really want to have a look at this one a little bit more. This calf caught my eye when I let him in. Straight away you could really see that he catches the eye straight up. It's got the cover, it's got that fat up through that top line there, huge loin on him. When you actually get your hands, that comes right down and over. Really good back end. You can see that thickness really carries that meat down low. It's got the cover. I'm chasing just a little bit more fat. Once I start to get up in my weights a little bit more, I just thought an outstanding calf. Phenomenal back line. Great thickness up through the plates, how he comes off and around through that bottom there. But with more than enough adequate cover, we're going to see that one really hang up well. Okay, the calf looked really hard. This is a really good calf, really good up through that top line. Good meat down low in the bottom of the leg there, carries it up through in that front and down into the front shoulder. Had the cover, but just really outclassed, just a little bit by that calf above him. Look, taking nothing away, I had to get this bloke in next to the greys and just have a look at it, what he was like. Probably the only thing I would say when I had a look at him, probably that grey calf, just a little bit better muscling down low. But in saying that, still a cracking calf. Anywhere else would win a class, no worries. So congratulations. Steer we've got in fourth place. Look, came up against three very, very good calves. You can see though, just doesn't quite have that meat going up through that front shoulder. Just starts to hollow out. Very, very good in the back end. Really, it's got quite thick and wide down low, but just unfortunately, I think may also struggle with a little bit of cover. Okay, Steer put in fifth. Really just didn't have that meat in the back hindquarter in comparison to the other steers above him, and just didn't quite have what I was chasing for muscularity-wise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brett. We move on now to the judging of our champion lightweight steer. We'd like to thank Greenstock Woolworths for their sponsorship of our lightweight steer. We will be parading our three winners, three class winners, and also the second place getters to our three winners. They will come forward as well so that they're available if required for reserve championship judging. Our three steers for the championship, catalogue numbers 115, 207 and 307. And the three second place getters are catalogue numbers 113, 212 and 309. Now those non-ribbon winners from class 3, unless you're required for the Ken McDonald Shield, if you would make your way up to the large animal building for loading out to go up to Nolan's. Catalogue number 301 and 308 were non-ribbon winners but are required for the Ken McDonald Shield. Other than that, those non-ribbon winners, if you could make your way up to the large stock pavilion.
Thank you. Look, it's always one of those things. This calf did catch my eye the second I walked in. Really outstanding body. Terrific amount of muscling up through the top line there. You can really see that volume and thickness all the way through. When you actually get your hand on him, you can feel how far that loin actually comes out and around. Huge amount of meat. Tremendous amount, carries it all the way up into the front forequarter. Yep, he's got a bit of fat in the brisket, but when you're actually feeling through and looking at the rest of him, very, very evenly distributed. It's got that fat down through this back hind quarter. Yep, I'm seeing a little bit of fat displayed there, a little bit in the twist. Sometimes, you know, when they start to get a bit of cover, they start to square off a bit, but not seeing that at all here. That's a volume of meat that you can see through. That thickness from that back end, you know, when this calf walks off, you can really see that jump muscle pop up. Tremendous amount of volume, and look, a well and truly deserved lightweight winner and just a cracking calf. Taking nothing away from this other calf, very handy calf, but just come up against a terrifically cracking body, just that steer there. Just unfortunately, you know, if you have a look at up through that top line, probably just doesn't carry that meat quite through into that top line like the other bloke. But, you know, when you're really starting to split hairs, you've got to break it down, and I really do. When you sort of see a lot of these carcasses hanging up, it's amazing, just these little things. Spend a lot of time in chillers doing chiller assessment and the like, with research work, and it's always one of those interesting ones, taking a live animal through to that dead and seeing how they hang up and perform. But, you know, two terrific calves, but really an outstanding and deserving winner. And congratulations to the exhibitor. They should be congratulated. Thank you.
We'll ask Mr. Brett Thompson from Greenstock Woolworths to present the ribbon. I don't know what Brett's title is now. He generally had a change of title every year. Seeing I haven't seen him for the last couple of years, I wouldn't have a clue what it is, but he's a meat procurement manager, I'd imagine. Our lightweight champion steer, ladies and gentlemen, is catalogue number 307, the Limousin Cross, exhibited by Luke Cox and Emily Kaler. And the reserve championship goes to catalogue number 115, the square metre, exhibited by Golden Pastoral Company. Our next class to parade, ladies and gentlemen, is Class 4, the Georgian Foreman lead steer, weighing between 401 and 430 kilograms. There are 19 entries in the class. With this class, we'll be placing down to 8th.
Oh, good. He's been doing it for a lot more years, though.
So we'd like to thank Stock Live for their support for the lead steer judging, and they are actually live streaming the judging here. We've got a camera just beside, well, down from me a little bit, live streaming the judging of our lead steers. So if you go onto your Stock Live, what do we call it? Stock Live website, you'll be able to watch a live streaming of this judging.
Yep. Just after that. Yeah,
For those of you interested, we've now received the grid price sheets. So the grid price is $8 a kilogram. The sheets are now available here. Nolan Meats, of course, will be processing all of these cattle, and they'll be judged up at their Gympie plant over the next day or so. So the grid sheets are available. $8 is the median.
Leave the animal pavilion on your right. Yeah, no, turn left well before that. So that last entrance just before the lights, that's where you've got to turn left. Yeah, turn left there, down the middle, and you can see the car park in front of you, where all the cattle are. Okay, keep on going. Leave that on your right. Keep on going. Go right to the end, and you can see the unloading ramp on your right. See that? Go a little bit further on your left, turn left, and then you'll see you're able to jump over the duck. Over that. Anyway, there's no mark against the fence. Okay, in the round.
Now we've had one of the Donga keys handed in, number 114. Somebody, one of our exhibitors, has lost their key to their Donga. It's over here at the table. Donga number 114. I would ask Mr. Gary Noller, the chairman of the Beef Cattle Committee of the RNA, to place the ribbons on our place getters. Class 4, steers weighing between 401 and 430 kilograms. Our first place has gone to catalogue number 409, the Limousin steer exhibited by Bureen Cattle Company, R&W Lawrence. Second to catalogue number 413, the Charolais Cross exhibited by Brendan Varley. Third to catalogue number 418, an Angus Cross exhibited by C.R. Knox and H.D. Alexander. Fourth to catalogue number 410, the Charolais exhibited by Bureen Cattle Company and T&P Worth. Fifth to catalogue number 405, the Limousin Cross exhibited by M.O. and K.R. Taylor, trading as MK Cattle. Sixth to catalogue number 415, the Limousin Cross exhibited by Hayden Beattie. Seventh to catalogue number 403, the Limousin exhibited by George Massam. And eighth placing to catalogue number 408, the Charolais Cross exhibited by Bureen Cattle Company and R&W Lawrence. We'll ask our judge, Brett Littler, to comment on that class.
Yep, got the mic. Won't get the mic out of my hand. Okay, look, this black steers, we lead him off. Caught my eyes, he come in, he was cracking calf. Definitely got the cover on him, though I'm chasing him, just chasing a little bit more fat in this category. Realistically, I want to see that 8, 9 to 10. I know that the specs they've got is 8 and 9, but you know, he's meeting that huge amount of meat. You can really see how he bulges out the stifle. In that back hind quarter, carries that meat right up through that top forequarter, through that top line, then back into the front forequarter. He's covered all the way around. You could really feel it on him, and just an outstanding little calf. Thank you. Next calf, look, it's one of those hard ones. Really, really good calf. I like the cover and finish that this calf's got on it. I think it's got more than adequate. I like the smoothness and evenness of that fat distribution. I think it's going to be covered well back down through that hind quarter, but unfortunately, it's come up against the calf. And when you had a look at this bloke, them side by side, you could just see the black bloke probably just had a bit more meat up on that top line and a little bit more muscularity down low. So that's why I've gone that way. The calf in third, look, taking nothing away from that calf. He's come up against a couple of cracking calves. Very good, very well put together calf. I like the muscling that it's displaying. Probably just for me, I just think we might be struggling in a couple of little spots for evenness with fat, so that's why I've just knocked it back just in comparison, but still a very, very good calf. Yeah, probably just didn't compete with the other black steer with muscularity down low. Okay, this calf here, I think I left him back there for a bit, and then I asked him a question, why did I leave him back, and then whacked it up. Cracking calf, very, very good through the top line. You can actually see that calf butterflies up on top. Just on the bottom end of where I'm looking for my fatness, and probably just didn't have the meat, but one of the best calves on top there. Okay, the calf that we've got here, this black calf as it moves off, very, very good calf. Yep, got the adequate fat cover. You can see that fat round the tail there, etc. But just it wasn't quite in the same category muscling compared to the others. I looked quite a few times at this calf and thought, geez, cracking calf. I really, really did like this calf. I thought really good muscle expression, but unfortunately for me, just too lean. Just doesn't quite have that cover, doesn't carry the fat down low. And we just need the cover to meet those specs and meet those eating quality specifications plus MSA. Okay, look, this calf here, as you can see, very, very good calf. You know, very good on top line there. Just probably didn't have the meat down through him, but look, just a bit outpowered. The calf that we've got up and taken nothing away from this calf. You know, very, very well put together calf. You know, pretty good muscling throughout. Is probably one of the fatter calves in the class, which obviously starts to make them look a little bit better. You get filling in different spots and the like, but still a very, very good calf, and congratulations to the exhibitors. So the calves in the back line, I know we just had, Harry and I just had a little chat about one calf, and we're going, oh, geez, that's a handy calf. There were some really good calves there. When we're starting to get into these categories, we're really starting to split hairs. I'm looking at these animals. Do they meet those specs? Yes, no. Are they even in distribution of fat? Yes, no. How much muscling? Really, for me, it becomes an arm race. I'm looking at getting as much muscling as I can physically into these animals while still getting the cover. Really good light calf heading out here. Probably just, you know, reason why we left him back, just didn't quite have that meat up through that top line back there. But congratulations, exhibitors. Well done, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Brett. The next class to parade, ladies and gentlemen, is Class 5. Steers weighing between 431 and 460 kilograms. There are 14 entries in the class. Just a reminder, for those of you who may have arrived a little bit later, we have the grid price sheets available here at the tent, and also some catalogues of our stud beef, of our lead steers available here at the tent.
I'll be back.
Just a reminder to our competitors, one of our requirements for entry to the judging ring, all competitors must wear a breed uniform, dust coat or vest for judging. To present the ribbons for this class, ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer Guthrie from the Mount Gravatt Show Society. Good to have you here, representatives of various show societies. Result of Class 5, steers weighing between 431 and 460 kilograms. First place goes to catalogue number 506, a Limousin Cross, exhibited by Matthew and Peter O'Dwyer. Second to catalogue number 512, a Limousin, exhibited by A. O'Dwyer and D. and S. Riley. Third to catalogue number 511, a Limousin Cross, exhibited by Sarah Falconhagen. Fourth to catalogue number 407, a Limousin, exhibited by Matthew and Peter O'Dwyer. Fifth to catalogue number 513, a Charbray, exhibited by Devoncourt Herefords. And sixth to catalogue number 510, a Limousin, exhibited by Dennis and Michelle Heck. To comment on this class, our judge, Mr. Brett Littler.
Okay, look, it's always interesting when I'm doing my judging. I try to vocalise it to myself a bit. You'll see me. I'm constantly yapping as I go around, just going, okay, where am I seeing the pluses and minuses in these animals? Really, do they meet the specs? Do they not meet the specs? This steer that I put up in first place, you know, he's a cracking calf. I really like the top line in him. It's one of those things, you know, looking at him and go, okay, what am I seeing? Yes, I think he might be slightly on the lower end of fat down low, but just that much volume of meat. Put my hand on the flank, I could really feel a fair bit of fat there. Up through that top line, he had the fat as well. So I think he meets those specs. Probably would have liked a little bit more, but that much meat with that much volume in him, I had to put him up. So steer I put in second place. Look, taking nothing away from that calf. Very, very handy calf. Probably just didn't quite have that meat up through the top, but geez, I'm splitting hairs there. Has got more cover than the steer in front of him, definitely. But, you know, it's just one of those things. You've just got to break them down. This steer here, it was a bit of a quandary to me when I was looking at him, trying to work it out. Really looking at him, he's got the fat on the top. I was worried about down low, but you can see that he's got that bit of cover. Yep, you know, really good muscling up through that top line there. The thickness and width when you view from behind, he's really, really good. This steer here, look, there's taken nothing away from him. Just didn't have the volume of meat of some of those other calves. When you saw those calves, when I got them there together, it was really quite noticeable. Probably just didn't have that meat down low in comparison to the others above. Okay, this grey calf, look, definitely one of the heavier, better covered calves in the class. You can really see that with that seam in the back hindquarter. That's one that I do look at quite heavily as I walk around. You can see that's popped out a little bit. He's got that fat and finish all over him, but just didn't quite have the level of muscling of some of the others. This black calf here, yeah, look, good calf, but you can see that seam. I think he will struggle with some of the finish, but has got enough there to do the job. Taking nothing away from these calves here behind. You know, the two calves that I pulled up, look, definitely had the finish on that black calf, the limo-y type that's going out in front. Unfortunately, I just didn't think had that meat up through the top line comparison. And these other ones that I've left back, look, when we're starting to split, you can really see that some of these, just as they walk out, just lack that finish, and others just didn't quite have the muscling that I was chasing. So thank you and congratulations, exhibitors. Well done.
Thank you very much, Brett. We move on now to the last of our medium weight classes, ladies and gentlemen, Class 6. This is steers weighing between 461 and 490 kilograms. There are 16 entries in the class, and following that we'll move on to the judging of our medium weight champion. So we would like catalogue numbers 409, and 506 to be standing by, together with the second place getters from those two classes, 413 and 512. Just a reminder to those non-ribbon winners from classes which have been completed, if you could take your non-ribbon winning cattle, unless you're required for the Ken McDonald Shield, if you could take them up to the large stock pavilion for loading out to go up to Nolan's.
I think in the past, John has had a combination Oh, yeah, he could have been. Oh, no, but talking to me about
I'll ask one of our honorary council steward colleagues, and also is the chairman of the Future Directions Committee, Alex Cottrell, to sash our place getters here. Result of Class 6, ladies and gentlemen, steers weighing between 461 and 490 kilograms. First place goes to catalogue number 602, the Limousin Cross, exhibited by GM and KS Clydesdale, St Joseph's High School. Second to catalogue number 615, a South Devon Cross, exhibited by the McCutcheon family. Third to catalogue number 614, another South Devon Cross, also exhibited by the McCutcheon family. Fourth to catalogue number 609, the Limousin Cross, exhibited by Hayden Beattie and Gabby Stokes. Fifth to catalogue number 412, the Limousin, exhibited by A.O. Dwyer and D and S. Riley. Sixth to catalogue number 616, the Charolais Cross, exhibited by C.R. Knox and H.D. Alexander. And seventh to catalogue number 611, the Limousin, exhibited by Peter and Pauline Grant. We'll ask our judge, Brett Littler, to comment on that class.
Okay, look, it's always one of those things. This class was particularly difficult. I had a bit of fun with it. There's some calves here, you know, looking at them, you've got to really break them down, say, what is it I'm actually looking at? Is it fat? Is it muscle? Is it someone who's got some real talent with a blower and a clipper? And trying to break it down. But this steer I put up in first place. You know, I'm chasing that little bit more fat to meet those specs. Did catch my eye a little bit when he walked in. I thought, geez, you know, fair bit of muscling, good meat down low. Look, he's got the cover. Definitely, I can just sort of see it just a little bit, but it's hard once you start to get up into this level of muscularity with these animals. You can really see that thickness out the plate, see how he smooths off. That eye muscle really comes down and around and takes it right through into the front shoulders. So cracking calf, well done. The calf that I've got here, it was splitting hairs between him and the other bloke. Huge volume of meat. Probably just didn't quite carry that meat in through into the shoulders. But when you look at him from behind, you know, very, very thick, very, very solid. He's got that softness. He's got the cover all the way over him, which I'm really looking for. And, you know, cracking calf. Next calf, it's bloody interesting calf. When I was looking at it, I'm going, wow. It's one I really had to break down and have a look at hard. Yep, it's got the cover on it. It met the specs. Really, really terrific up through that top line. I was a bit worried about the way it looked. I wasn't quite sure whether it had that thickness down below, but it really did when you sit down, break it down. The calf, this next fellow, as he heads off, look, taking nothing away from him, pretty handy calf. He meets those specs. He's got the fat, but just didn't have that volume of meat that I was looking at when you compare him to the other two. Next one, this black calf, look, good calf. Just problem we had was we just had those other ones in this class. It's got the cover. It's got more than adequate cover. It's finished throughout. You know, it'll hang up really well. It's very smooth, even in distribution, but just didn't quite have that meat. The white calf, as it leads out, really, really good calf. But I just thought when you looked at him there with those other calves and moved him back in, probably just didn't have that meat down low in that front. You know, probably just a bit out muscled. This bloke here, as we go out now, look, pretty handy calf. Just unfortunately, I thought was on the lighter end of my fat. I thought I might have a few distribution issues with him, so that's why we put him. But very, very good calves. Congratulations to the exhibitors. Well done and thank you. Yeah, some really good animals there to look at.
We'll move on now to the judging of our champion medium weight steer. And we'll have parading for our champion medium weight catalogue numbers 409, 506, and 602. Together with the second place getters from those three classes, catalogue numbers 413, 512 and 615. Ladies and gentlemen, the result of judging of our champion medium weight steer. That goes to catalogue number 409, a limousine exhibited by Bureen Cattle Company and R&W Lawrence. And the reserve championship to catalogue number 506, a limousine cross exhibited by Matthew and Peter O'Dwyer. We'll ask Mr. Brett Thompson. He's clarified his new position for me. General Manager, Meat, Buying and Processing for Greenstock Woolworths. And they're the sponsors for our champion medium weight steer. And we'll ask Mr. Brett Whitlock now to comment on his selection.
Well, look, it's one of those things. I know growing up, I always got told Brisbane was the #1 show for these lead steers. I remember when I was training as a livestock officer, we got taught how to muscle score animals. We got taught how to put fat score on them, to assess them correctly, following those animals through. Look, you come up here, you really do have to use your full toolkit that you get brought up and taught. These two animals, it was one of those ones, you know, I really liked a pair of them, taking nothing away from the other ones here today, but this was a really, really hard class for me to split. Both of them have got the fat, both of them have got the cover. You can feel that softness on him. Yep, this bloke probably lacks a little bit in the brisket in comparison to this bloke, but he's definitely got more than enough cover up through and along those ribs. He's got that evenness. When I was looking at the muscularity of him, it was one of those things, you know, you get behind them, you have a look, you can see how this bloke comes out and around from what I call the plate, so between the hook bone and back through the pin, how he comes through. This bloke here, you can really see him, he's got that good width, a little bit hair puffed up, but still a huge mount. Yep, a little bit more fat there, but this bloke's still got adequate fat. When we're looking at them down low, you can really see this steer here. It's got that width and thickness. So his widest point when I'm looking at him from behind is down in that stifle region. Same with this bloke, but just a little bit more filling. He carries that meat really down low into that bottom of his leg. Looking up through the top line, and I was really sort of toing and throwing between them. This bloke moved around. You could just see that meat back up into that front forequarter there, really carrying it through. You could feel that eye. Just a slight little bit less of meat, and I am splitting hairs here when we're looking at that, is why I've gone for this bloke over him. And look, I just think he's an outstanding little animal. You can see just up here in the top line off that loin there that he is slightly butterflied. This bloke just didn't quite as much. So, you know, it's a hard day at the office always when you're coming up here to do Brisbane, and that's why I've went with that calf, and the exhibitors should be congratulated for the animals I've seen here today. Thank you.
It's just a reminder to those non-ribbon winners from the various classes. Yes. Those non-ribbon winners, if you could take them up to the large stock pavilion for loading out to go up to Nolan Works at Gympie. We move on now to the judging of the first of our heavyweight classes, ladies and gentlemen. Class 7, which is for steers weighing between 491 and 540 kilograms. There are 12 entries in the class, and our judge for our heavyweights is Mr. Rob Cinnamon, who needs no introduction to the Royal Queensland Show ring. He's been attending the Royal Queensland Show in some capacity since 1972, either as an exhibitor or a judge. He's been a young rural Queenslander in 1988, and also the Australian champion beef cattle judge, or young judge of the same year, New South Wales Farmer of the Year 2007, and has been a councillor with the Royal Agricultural Society. That's the Sydney show. Rob's currently a director of Casino Food Cooperative, owned by Northern Cooperative Meat Company. He's also a councillor with the Santa Gertrudis Breeders Association, and he's judged in every royal show in Australia and internationally. So a big welcome again to you, Rob, at the Royal Queensland Show for 2022.
Real quick. And if you want to hang I am actually number 10 minutes. Oh, no, not yet. Yeah, I was just going to say, look at yeah, yeah, thanks, mate.
Result now of Class 7. Steers weighing between 491 and 540 kilograms. First place goes to catalogue number 710, the Limousine, exhibited by Gleneagle Partnership. Second to catalogue number 703, an Angus Cross, exhibited by Scone Grammar School and DGP and SA Brooker. Third to catalogue number 709, the Limousine, exhibited by MF and NJ Nichols. Fourth to catalogue number 712, the Belgian Blue, exhibited by the McCutcheon family. And fifth to catalogue number 704, the Limousine, exhibited by Scone Grammar School and Clayton Porter. Sashing our place getters, RNA Councillor Will Roberts, and we'll call on Rob Cinnamon, our judge, to comment on his selections there.
Thanks. Thank you, Keith. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, may I take this opportunity, sorry, it is actually still morning, that's showing my age. Firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Royal National Association of Queensland for their very kind invitation extended to myself to express my point of view about the heavyweight lead steers for the 2022 Brisbane Royal Ekka. From the outset, I'd like to make it clear that it's not my intention that I advocate that you change your breeding philosophies or programs to conform with any judgment, placement or comment I may make about these steers throughout the course of the judging. I merely feel tremendously honoured and indeed greatly privileged to have this opportunity to place these steers in order of merit as I see them. In selecting those steers whom I believe to be the most commercially relevant here, I'll be looking for those steers that fit the carcass specifications to the greatest extent from my perspective. Certainly looking for that evenness of fat cover, still adequate correctness in the structure of the animals to carry the extent of weight. As we're getting into these heavier classes, we're seeing longer days on feed, and certainly from my perspective, even though it's more of a seed stock action criteria in terms of structural correctness, I believe it's still adequate correctness there to carry the weight for the extent of time on feed. I believe a great line of steers here, and it's great to see the Brisbane Ekka back after three seasons of being in the wilderness with COVID and now with the ongoing challenges we see in society. But it's great to see the support of the exhibitors back here at this show. And whilst we're now facing another dilemma with in terms of concerns with foot and mouth disease, I think we should temper that. We should understand that we are looking at there is not foot and mouth in this country at this point in time. We are being concerned about it as an industry, I think, and but we do not need to create a fear factor that's going to drive our market down. To those exhibitors here in this first heavyweight class, the steer that he had head of the class for me, if he could walk out, please. Really appreciated the makeup of this steer. I love the strength of spine, the definition and expression of muscle along the top line as he walks away. Whilst it's probably not expressed in terms of carcass points, I love length of body, and I believe length of body equates to weight, and essentially we're still paid on weight in the industry today. That springer rib, the length of body, the thickness that we see from behind as he parades away, I just love the thickness through the pins down into the lower thigh. The indicators of muscle are right there, and I believe the evenness of distribution of fat that I perceive to be in that steer encouraged me to place him over the slightly shorter bodied steer in second, if he could parade out, please. I love the volume and capacity in this steer. I love the softness in this steer. And again, strong along the top, plenty of indicators of adequate muscling, probably not quite the extent that we saw in the steer that headed the class for me, but I think adequate softness there, not enough muscle, and I believe a steer that just combined with that balance and probably a little more evenness of fat cover than I saw in this larger steer in next position. A steer that I probably thought more about and challenged me in terms of where I'd place him But I see a little more indicators of fat cover through the front end on this steer, through the brisket region. Then I'm a little more concerned whether he has adequate fat down into the lower thigh as he walks away. But again, strong along the top, plenty of definition of muscle there. And I think a steer that certainly stood up well in this class, but was a challenge for me in terms of where I'd actually place him finally. The steer in the next position, the grey steer, a little softer steer, perhaps a little more evenness of fat cover, but I probably the perception of carcass that I saw in the steer above him probably was the influencing factor on why I placed him below the red steer today. But I think he'll be a steer that could well prove me wrong on the hook. And the steer in final position, unfortunately, come against steers that probably had that little more evenness of fat cover in comparative terms. But I again acknowledge the spring of rib, the volume, the capacity of muscle that we see him in this steer, and particularly acknowledge it down through the hind quarter and down into the lower thigh. But a great class of steers, and congratulations to those concerned.
Thank you very much, Rob. We move on now to Class 8. Class for steers weighing between 541 and 590 kilograms. There are 17 entries in the class. I think we go to 7 places in this class. Just a reminder to those non-ribbon winners from previous classes, non-ribbon winners, unless you are required for the Ken McDonald Shield judging later on. Non-ribbon winners are going to go up to the large animal pavilion so that they can be loaded out. We've got the truck waiting there to take them up to Nolan Works at Gympie. And that truck's got to turn around and come back, so we can't be waiting around waiting for a load. Non-ribbon winners, unless you are required for the Ken McDonald Shield judging, would you take your cattle up to the large animal pavilion now to load out? Thank you.
Yes, I've done the thing with this.
Yeah, has to be there to over it, for the James Ross. Hey Dad, there's a rainforest. It doesn't appear to conversation. Brisbane, there's like an area, there's a little area like down by the stops. But then there's a bigger one on the beach tomorrow. No, Friday. Friday. There's like a little by the stops, just as you walk towards. We've got shoes, everything, so we've got t-shirts. Yeah, I'll walk. Yeah, I just walked some new cruises, I got like leather, and they're like, I got a shirt, I got a hat, and I'm gonna go back and get some. I've got this one, when you go back, stuff for to take out instead of spending my own money. I'll put in the farm card, back it out 3 bags charge. And then you like climb up on the roof and sit down and you like
To Sasha place getters. After Class 8 steers weighing between 541 and 590 kilograms, we have Mrs. Margie Adnam, wife of Angus Adnam, RNA councillor and member of the Beef Cattle Committee and the RNA. The result of Class 8, first place has gone to catalogue number 807, a Limousin Cross exhibited by Lindsay View Limousins and Took a While show steers. Second to catalogue number 806, a Limousin exhibited by Ray Zarno. Third to catalogue number 810, a Limousin exhibited by Peter and Pauline Grant. Fourth to catalogue number 811, a Limousin exhibited by Clancy and Dusty Dull. Fifth to catalogue number 816, a Charolais exhibited by BP and MJ Shywee. Sixth to catalogue number 815, a Limousin exhibited by Laura Kirk. And seventh to catalogue number 803, a Limousin Cross exhibited by Kathy Arnold. We'll ask our Judge Rob Cinnamon to comment on that class.
Ladies and gentlemen, numbers this year may be a little more moderate than what we've experienced in previous years here in the heavyweight steers here in Brisbane. I know we've seen often 60-plus steers in these classes, heavyweight classes, but certainly the quality here today, I believe, is exceptional, and we're certainly not underdone in terms of that. This was a challenging class from my perspective, and probably phenotypically the steer that appealed to me most probably stands in second position. But then as I looked into the steer in first, the more I looked into him, the more from a commercial standpoint, I felt that he had the carcass attributes that I admire. I think he's probably the higher yielding steer in comparison between first and second. Again, tremendous expression along the top line of muscle, a lot of heart room, a lot of spring of rib, and that carries right through to the hindquarter. As he walks away from you, you can see the thickness across the pins down into the lower thigh, just the exceptional muscle that we see in that animal without a great deal of waste. I believe certainly an outstanding carcass from my perspective. The steer in second, as I alluded to on first parade, he was the phenotypically the steer that really appealed to me. I just love the outlook and shape and makeup of this steer. There's just so much to admire and appreciate. Lots of thickness along the top again, plenty through the hindquarter. I think there's probably a little more fat cover from my perspective than maybe the steer that headed the class. And from a yield perspective, I think that was what tended to encourage me to place him in the second today. It was perhaps just a little heavier bone than the steer that headed the class, and I'm sure I'll be proven wrong. But from a yield perspective, I just felt that the steer that won the class may yield a little better. Magnificent steer, this black steer, and it was that length of body and that overall composition that I saw in him that encouraged me to place him over a potentially a more efficient bone, perhaps. We're seeing plenty of volume, lots of carcass here again, plenty of softness, and I think there's that softness and that carcass that we see in that animal, the tremendous
These two white ones, or these two ones, how long do you reckon they'll last?
Oh, they're not. I think if they're mute.
It is muted because it's got
Like the composition of this steer, the balance, and the body there, a lot of human capacity. Perhaps not really or have the extent of cover, evenness of cover of the steers above him will remain to be seen. But certainly applaud the performance of that steer, and it was the overall performance in terms of thickness, particularly down through the lower thigh and the depth in that lighter coloured steer that encouraged me to place him over this black steer, a steer that again is well enough made, he's strong enough on the top, but just outgunned in terms of performance of the steers above him today. Congratulations to those winners. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to the judging of our champion heavyweight steer. And to parade, we'll have catalogue numbers 710, 807 and 904. And we'll also have the second place getters from those three classes, 703, 806 and 910. Second place getters in case they're required for reserve championship judging. Result now of the champion heavyweight steer. We'll ask Mr. Brett Thompson again, the General Manager, Meat Procurement and Processing, I think are the right term nowadays, for Greenstock Woolworths to sash our champion. Champion steer is, a champion heavyweight steer is catalogue number 807. The Limousin Cross exhibited by Lindsay View Limousins and Took a While Show Steers. And the reserve champion heavyweight steer to catalogue number 806. The Limousin exhibited by Ray Zarno. Just whilst the photographs are being taken, if we could have our champion steer from yesterday's judging, catalogue number 1810. If you'd be standing by for the judging of our grand champion lead steer. I will ask our judge now, Rob Cinnamon, to comment on his selections there. Don't take the reserve out for a moment, please. We've got to get our judge to comment on his selections there. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, my champion and reserve, both from the same weight category, they certainly created plenty of debate within my mindset as far as I'd place them in their class, and they continue to impress through to the championship status from my perspective. As I said previously, perhaps phenotypically the black steer appealed, but the more I looked into this blue steer, I just really appreciate what I see to be the carcass when we imagine the height off these steers. I just think we're going to see an impressive body there. I just love that length. I love the volume and capacity. I think the evenness of fat cover is good, and the expression of thickness, particularly down to that lower thigh, and I believe just a little more yield in terms of in comparative terms to the black steer. This black steer, as I've alluded to, I really applaud him for that shape and carcass makeup. From the front end through to the back end, he's nicely built, lots of body, lots of softness, and just a really good calf. Congratulations to both exhibitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. We move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to the judging of our Grand Champion lead steer for the 2022 Royal Queensland Show. We will have to parade catalogue number 1810. That was our champion steer from judging in the junior steers yesterday. Catalogue number 307, our lightweight champion. Catalogue number 409, our medium weight champion. And catalogue number 807, our heavyweight champion. We'll have our two judges, Mr. Brett Littler and Mr. Rob Cinnamon, to confer. Unfortunately, our judge from yesterday had to catch a plane home last night, so he won't be here to assist in this judging, but we'll have our two judges for today to adjudicate on our Grand Champion lead steer. Grand Champion lead steer also takes the AJ Ball Memorial Trophy. That's a trophy contributed by St John's College of Dubbo in appreciation of the great work that Alan did in assisting their rural department. So we've got Greg and Leonie Ball here and Ben Toll to present that trophy after the completion of judging on our Grand Champion lead steer. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of our Grand Champion lead steer for 2022 is catalogue number 307, a limousine exhibited by Luke Cox and Emily Kaler. Right, we need 6 head of cattle up to the loadout area for the next truck to go. Now, Greg Ball and Ben Toll, they're just presenting the Alan Ball Memorial Trophy, as I mentioned earlier on. That's a trophy contributed by St John's College of Dubbo in memory of the late Alan Ball, who did a tremendous amount of support and work with the Ag department of the St John's College of Dubbo. We've also got another trophy here contributed by St John's College of Dubbo for the Grand Champion Juniors, or the Champion Junior steer from yesterday's judging. Yep. So all of those steers now, which were non-ribbon winners, together with our any junior steers, are to go up to the loadout area. We'll just ask Brett Littler now to comment on their selection of our Grand Champion lead steer.
Well, it was quite an interesting discussion, Rob and I out there. We sort of started break it down and critique it pretty well. Going through the 2 steers, the 4 steers, it was sort of, you know, when we really started breaking them down, and I know Rob was sort of talking about that, the blue steer, you know, that he was a bit worried. Looked at him and thought, does he quite as even? We went with this bloke, huge amount of meat. The distribution is just spot on. You can really see that fat back down through that hind quarter. Huge amount of meat, and to have that cover on it and that distribution just really put him over the top for us. Just a phenomenal little body, and you know, you can see the volume and thickness. Rob and I really looked at the top there. You can see that volume through that top line right all the way through into those shoulders. He's just a magnificent steer. But that amount of meat to get that cover on him at that age and that weight, I think is just a really standout job. And, you know, the breeders and exhibitors really need to be congratulated, because I think that's just a phenomenal little body, and really looking forward to seeing how he hangs up. Thank you.
One more event to be judged, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the judging of the live section of the Ken McDonald Shield. The Ken McDonald Shield is in memory of the late Ken McDonald, who introduced the lead steer competition here to the Royal Queensland Show. I'm not sure what year it was now, but he did a tremendous amount of good in promoting this lead steer competition. So the Ken McDonald Shield is for a group of 3 purebred steers nominated by the relevant breed societies. And we have a team from the Red Pole Society, consisting of catalogue number 215, 310 and 419. The Limousin Society, consisting of catalogue numbers 407, 507 and 806. The Charolais team, consisting of catalogue numbers 410, 610 and 816. And a square metres team comprising catalogue numbers 115, 308 and 309. If we could have those teams parading forward, please. And just a note to our prospective buyers for the auction later on, ladies and gentlemen, buyers, 2 o'clock. The auction will commence 2 o'clock.